Hello and welcome back to Lands Unknown. My name is Will, and today we're going to return to Zaalea and continue mapping, looking at the southern basin. There we go. I hope everyone's enjoyed the last couple weeks. I didn't want to leave y'all with nothing, so. Hello, Kate. Nice to see you again. I'm going to take a sec just to look over the file in a moment. And just a reminder, on Wednesday, I'm going to be over on Madeline James World Builds to interview Madeline about the world building in her new novel, Because the Beast Came, in the world of Istri. And I'm going to focus on the world building in particular. He is back. Hello, Jake. Hello, Writer2. Hello, Jan. All right. And then, so the plan for this one is I want to finish off this southern basin area because there's probably going to be a desert in there. Let's look at the elevation. Yeah, there's going to be a desert in that region because we have mountains over there, which, you know, average around 2,000 meters in that orange area. And that's going to create a rain shadow. So we're going to have maybe an arid area, but certainly a semi-arid area inside there. So it's going to look a little bit different than this northern part up here. And I'm going to double check some of the climate stuff because I do think we're going to have some more AW in there. So that'll be a little nice to break it up. And then up on here, where we have this bit of elevation, I'm going to, whoop, where are we working here? Yeah, we'll delete that in a sec. On this bit of elevation, we're going to, you know, mix things up a bit to show some variation on that platform. I believe that's a craton as well. Craton, that's fine. So yeah, that's what we're going to do today. And then next Sunday, I'm going to finish I'm just going to push through and do the A climates. No matter how long it takes, the A climates will be done. And I'm going to make a little chart like for the one that I have here. I'm going to make a little chart like this for A climates. And it's going to be based on the same source that I remade this one from. Just to, you know, help visualize when you should have AW, AM, and AF climates, essentially. Because after that, Bibluridian will be joining us. It's currently the idea is for a month, but you know, we'll see how it goes to do the speculative biology of the main terrestrial fauna for Trans-Metrine Zaalea. So that'll be a really fun time. I've spent a few months ideating about it and we'll see how hinged the idea is. If Bibbs read it, then he can let me know if he decides to drop by. Without giving any spoilers, we'll see how that goes. So let's switch our layouts here. Also, I figured out how to do a background, so dropped a Rukia in there. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so the first thing I wanted to do was think about the A region and how that extends. So I want to look at my little climate notes I made. And where's my temperature? There we go, winter. That's the 18 line. Right. If we look at how the temperature spreads, here I have it sort of snaking out. Here I have it snaking out down to those areas. That was on the one with the less resolution. I'm a little too far away. I need to. If I'm cutting in and out, that's probably because of my noise gate. Let me turn that a bit. Test. Great. Okay, that's better. Hello, Not Danehart. At some point, I need to get one of those arms for the microphone. Okay, we're going to get rid of the summer temp. We're going to get rid of that. We're going to get rid of that. We're going to get rid of precipitation for a bit, too. Yeah, that's just climate checks, I guess. Right. Because we've got 18 here in the winter. And that's at sea surface level. The question is, how long will it stay 18 based on, because it's 24 near the coast there, 18 here. So this 6 degrees is pretty sharp. Almost Dr. Will Unknown. Yes, slightly almost more than I was before. Okay, audio's good on your end. That's good. Yeah, I had a good, before the exam period and stuff, I had a pretty good stint of writing the dissertation, so. All right, so 18, let's do. How big's that going to be? There we go. That's pretty good. Did I mess with my preferences? Yes, I did. Okay. That's why it looks wonky. Whatever. All right, and we've got the humidity. So I'm going to bring up one of those layers where I was doing temperature checks. And I need to refresh my memory on my ramp. Okay, so 250 meters, half a kilometer. All right. I don't know if I mentioned what my dissertation's on. My dissertation is on the development of. Yeah, my dissertation is on the development of settler society, and from a perspective of infrastructure, and how infrastructure, how settler communities and indigenous communities, especially in Canada, had different infrastructures to support their lifeways. And the introduction of settler infrastructure on indigenous land, essentially, they're competing over the same territory. Settlers wanted to pasture their cattle on the same land that indigenous peoples had estuarine gardens, estuarine being estuary gardens. Settlers wanted to build their settlements and their forts on cultivated landscapes like camas meadows. So, for example, a bunch of sites in the Pacific Northwest. You know, people showed up and were like, "Oh, look at this very nice meadow. This would be a great place to set up a settlement." And they thought that it would just that was the natural quote unquote way that it was, rather than it being a managed and cultivated landscape as a part of the foodways of the local indigenous people. So, from the perspective of infrastructure, we're talking about the development of settler society and the development of the state formation in the colonies, from looking at this infrastructural development. And in particular, I'm interested in the development of identity and subjectivity through infrastructure. So I'm looking at monumentality and landmarks and architecture and things like that as well. Because, you know, when people came out to the Pacific Northwest, they were coming from all sorts of places. The reach of the empires that they were coming from was quite weak. There was quite limited capacity, and there were no states in this region before. So building states involves cultivating subjects, so making subjects for the state. And I talk about how infrastructures do that as well. But a lot of that, I talk about how materials and the built environment create state societies. All right, so we're going to use purple, I suppose. Yeah, that 22 is a little... Okay. Yeah, thanks. And I mean, I do work at the so I do work at the intersection of like physical and human geography, because I do talk about infrastructural systems like, you know, agricultural systems and those sorts of things, and that is often determined by, into some degree, by climate. I'm but a lot of the stuff I do is, you know, looking at the intersection of conflict, politics, and infrastructure. So I've written on conflict and civil conflict around like infrastructure projects. I've also written about you know, local politic and how that happens across borders and those sorts of things. My main research area for my dissertation is the Pacific Northwest, but my other work looks at Central and West Asia, particularly Iranic and Turkic speaking areas. So, oh, and the Caucasus. That, yeah. All right. So at this little spot here, we are probably going to see. Sorry, my brain is not turned on yet. All right, so for every so here we're gonna have about a degree and a half drop in, let's just use this yellow color because it's certainly not used in anything else. So I'm gonna do, it's a degree and a half drop, and here is about 21 and a half. So that would be 20. think this layer is a little... Yeah, there's a little opacity turned off. That was a little confusing. And so the difference between this 2.5 and that is 5. Okay. All right. I may have done the most I can do, but we shall see. No. Okay, so I can get it a little further because in this region, it'd be 18.5. I'm gonna try to sneak some in here. And yeah, I'm gonna try to sneak some up here and push it up a little bit in here as well if I can. Yeah, I'm gonna push it up a bit. Because at the 19 line, yeah, that would be 2. Okay. So let's go to CFB. Because at the 19.5 point is where we would see that spreading down. I think the CIA is under the CF. Yeah, CIA is over the CFB. That's not too big a deal. And 18.5 would be here. So yeah, so that can be spread out a bit more. But at the 500, that would be too much here. So we are going to... layer again. What is going on there? Oh, that's CFA. Okay. What? That's way too big of a brush. Yeah, it's probably the furthest I can push it. Because, no, I think 19.5 is probably there. And what I'm going to be doing as well is... Okay, and now I want to do automatic, see if I can get that. Great, now I can go down to the CFB. I can get that in there as well. Then I can go to AW and fill that in. Okay. That'll be a good rough thing for now. So the other thing that's going to happen here is because I'm going to be adding an arid area in here, that'll be warmer. We're also going to, you know, probably going to see some warmth in here, but that's only in the summer, so it doesn't really help our situation with where the A is going to be. But we may get some CWA, which could be interesting. I'll probably pop this out a little bit too. Okay. Yeah, and I'm still considering this little A bit over there. All right, so yeah, that looks all right for now. I'll probably refine it a bit more later, and then I'll see what this CFA is doing and whether or not these would also become CFA. But that's for another time. Let's focus in on down here. So the first thing we're going to do is figure out where the precipitation's coming from. So there's none in the winter over here, which is lovely because all that is being blocked. So they only get precipitation in the summer. And I do have my precipitation layer over here, which I'm broadly happy with. I do think some areas along the coast are going to be higher than 1750, particularly those in the coast near these low pressure areas, you know, probably gets over maybe 2,250 in very broad regions. I imagine here, particularly being very pluvial. So there's going to be spots where it's going to be higher than 1750 along the coast, but, you know, I'll adjust. But here, what we have let's turn that on, is hitting, let's pick a different blue. The precipitation would be hitting here, and, you know, what, 1,250. It's going to be raining on this side. This is going to be more arid. Then it's hitting here. This area is going to be even more arid. And then, you know, it may rain a little bit on those slopes, but the next time it's really going to rain is on these slopes. So we are going to be decreasing the amount of precipitation. I mean, 240 and stuff is still fine. But this is not going to be getting 950. You know, it's probably, we can try 400. Yeah, I think 300 may be better. In here, especially, 300 will be better. So let's throw this up. Boom. And if we're doing 300, that is our line. That's not what I wanted. Okay, good. In that case, we can throw up our little climate checks we have going on. And let's turn... Yeah, let's turn that one off. Yeah. Okay, so in there, generally, it's going to be around 23 or so. 23, 23 and a half at sea level in the summer. And that's before we factor in the aridity, right? So arid areas tend to be warmer because they're less moisture. You know, it's also, you know, a little continental, but like the continentality is not particularly significant. But it could be a few degrees warmer, depending on what we want to happen. Sea surface level at this spot. Yeah, we'll do the 23.5 in the summer. And then in the winter, this is also a little bit of elevation though. Is that the 250 mark, I guess? We'll say 22. Am I doing it on the same layer? I am. Excellent. Okay. Well, that's fine. I communicated what I needed to. And then up here, oh, okay. What is this? Oh, yeah, that's fine. And so if it is 23, oh, it's going to be 23 in both. It's going to be slightly colder, let's say. In the, let's say it's 22.5. I mean, if I say it's 22, then it's just going to be 22. You know what? That's easy. 22 and 22. Oh. Hey, look at that. We got a BWH. That's fun. Didn't see that coming. Oh, I already have a BWH layer, which has not been used. I don't think my... Oh, yeah, there's this. Boop. Yeah, it is nice. I'm pleasantly surprised. BWH. There we go. We got a nice desert in Trans-Metrine Zaalea. Okay, so now we are going to look at the elevation here. And I'm just going to crank that up because this area I'm not sure of. Oh, well, that's not helpful. That was cranked up a bit too much. There we go. That's a bit better. All right. Yeah, realistically, we're going to have it all in here. Oh, I mean, I don't need this on anymore. I'll turn it down. All right, now this is where our wind maps are going to be very useful because that can help us establish when that bit stops. That's a little excessive there, Will. Okay. I'm just gonna get rid of some of these notes here for a sec. Because this is where we want to. There we go. Maybe it comes a little bit higher up here and then a little lower. All right. And then there's going to be a semi-arid ring around it, right? And the reason why I didn't fill in those other areas is because those are going to be SH, because if we go back, this 22, a little bit over, we get BSH. So there's going to be a little bit increased precipitation. If we go over, no, but we also lose temperature, but I'm not sure how much we'll lose. We may get a BWK. Yeah, that would be, yeah, I'll have to double check for this little ridge here because it could be BWK, could be BSH, or it could just be BWH again. Let's look at this with that off. That's fun. Oh, we have to do in here as well. Okay. That is not going to be as significant a decrease in precipitation. I think 900 goes over here, so we can say maybe 600 on the other side. We can figure that out real quick. I think that the temperature is going to be the same. Wait a minute. What happened here? What? Okay. Well, that's interesting. Did I delete something accidentally? I certainly did. Okay, let's go back then. It's going to be the same elevation, so I think I deleted it by accident when I was filling in the CW areas or something like that. Oh my goodness. I can just grab another one and throw it in. I still have it in the on the iPad. All right, let's check what my precipitation was on that side. Yeah, so that's going to be about 700 in there. Where's 700? Boop. BSH. Okay. Barely BSH. Barely BSH. You know what? This can just merge right up against that. And because this is on the cusp, I'm pushing it more to the lee side of this range and moving it a bit away from the fore slope here because this is where the precipitation is going to start rising. And got 22. Yeah, it's going to just transition. If it drops too much, it's just going to... maybe this should be thinner. Yeah, it shouldn't get to the... Should not get to that yellow transition zone, the 500. Or no, that's 1,000. Yeah, should not get close to the 1,000 and 500 zones there. All right. That's looking... Whoops. That's not how I should pick my color. That's looking pretty good, I guess. All right, so now that we're in here, we are going to not close that. We're going to turn this back on. I'm going to pick a different color. Purple works pretty well because it's the same color as the background there. I'm going to make sure I choose one of my notes layers. You know what, really quick. All right, really quick, I'm going to just upload a new file over my elevation file because that is going to get frustrating. And I've got a lot of other stuff in there that would reveal things. Okay, here we go. How does this work? Oh, right. Wonderful. Okay. That looks right. Boom. Goodbye, previous elevation. Hello, new elevation. Great. This is not the first time I've done this, which is why I always keep the files on the iPad in case I need them. Okay, so up here, this is 500 to 1,000. And so it's going to be somewhere between 3.25 and 6.5 difference, which is a pretty large jump considering like this part here, this transition is usually like a degree or so, like a degree and a half, something like that. So if we are looking at this, then yeah, so we're going to be again in like 23 and a half, and we're also about 22. And that's sea surface level. That's not actually sea surface level. I was lying. I was doing the math in my head. And if we are decreasing it by about 3, then that's 20. Yeah, 20.5 and brain fart, 19, 18.5. So the average is about what, 19.25? Yeah, 19.25. There to go. I can add and divide numbers in my head. Boop. That's 18. Yeah, it's still going to be BWH. And I mentioned, I'm not going to increase the precipitation up there. So it is going to be, it is going to continue to be a desert, even though there's this little ridge. That will change over here, though, because we're going to see a slight increase in precipitation. So that will probably get it to transition as it goes up to a thin band of BWK and then into BSK. Okay. Let's get rid of that. This region's going to look a little wild. Let's oh no. Why did I do that? I thought I okay. Yeah, there's going to be a semi-arid transition around that in a sec. What was I doing? Right, so now I'm going to grab that. I'm going to go to BWK. Going to decrease the opacity so I can see a little bit. Okay, I'm going to push up the desert here a bit into this area, but I am going to do this in here. And is the BSK on top? No, it's on the bottom. All right, I may have to erase some of this after the fact. See how that goes. It's probably going to be on the other side too. So. Did it do that thing again where it was deleting things? Why? I did not do that. I did not do that on purpose. That's making things a little annoying. All right, so if we remove the elevation, the BWH needs to move in a little bit. Okay, and okay, so yeah, because we got to push it in a little bit, but not too much. We're gonna have this zone. BWK. And I'm probably going to expand the BWK a little bit because I don't want any of the BWH touching the BSK because that's not how things work. You will at least have some transition. That over there will probably be BSK instead. All right, and then I'm going to figure out when the B I see, I see. So this is sweeping here, and that's pushing through there, keep some things. Okay, okay. Well, there's going to be a transition as well, so I'm not going to worry about that too much. All right, let's bring that over again. What time is it? Yeah, it's fine. All right. Yeah, you can see what I'm doing. It's all right. Okay. Just in case. Don't have to do that again. All right, now we need our notes again. Okay. So again, that's going to be 1,000. So I mean, it's the same temperature. We don't really have to worry with this. So this is 500. That's 500 meters, and then at 1 kilometer, I'm doing layers. All right. Okay. And that's going to be the 6. But now we have a hot desert. So for the hot desert, we do increase temperatures. And that is in the manual temperature guide. So I'm going to go look at that quickly, and I don't have that on my iPad. So I'm just going to do that on my phone. Okay, hotspots. Arid hotspots over land. Three degrees. Yeah, little desert. There we go. Yeah, so this is going to be a 3 degrees increase because it's not large enough to do much more than that. Hello, S4D4 Apple 6. Sad apple. Ah, there we go. Aw. Okay, so that is going to cause a bit of a problem. It's not going to cause a bit of a problem. It's fun, but it means we're going to have to go back over some things. Okay. Because if there's a 3 degrees increase here, let's, I'm gonna have to redo some stuff. That is okay. So that would mean at sea surface level, it would be 26 in the summer and 22 in the winter, which would then make it a 500. Okay, let's do 250 first. Which is like what? Yeah, so that would be 20.5, and that would be 25. All of these are in degrees Celsius. Yeah, and then that would be essentially, another, that'd be 23. That's still the controlling factor here for this. And then at 1 kilometer, well, what, I just dropped that by 3 degrees or so, right? So, okay. This is what I'm going to kind of concern myself with for now. Yes, it is fun. This is why, like, if you do the global climate map, you're going to get a sense of what's going on. And if you use a more abstract system for precipitation, then, you know, when you move in and you start doing some more, you know, you have a more theorized application for the precipitation, you're going to get some differences popping up. And that's fine. That's more or less what I expected. Okay, so let's get pink. Because I don't think there's no, you know, there's no pink in the Köppen climate. Is it? No, there is. It's the desert. There we go. No lavender. No lavender in Köppen. Okay. So, 22, which is more or less, let's just say 24 and 23, just for my sake. That'd be 21 and 18, 17. I think that's right. All right, I'm just gonna say 18. Okay. Okay, even at 1 kilometer now is where we get the shift to the BWK. And yeah, it is definitely an enriching experience. I'm getting this basin done today, so. All right, and then we're gonna have. Where's, because I think that is where I had my. All right, okay. So now. In here is going to be 24 plus. And it's going to be 24 plus. Yeah, because it's at. All right, so I need that on lower. Here we go. Not that low. Almost to 500. So I want, what layer am I working on now? Okay, summer temperature. Great. Okay. Here. Everything in there is going to be 24 degrees or higher in the summer at the surface, not at sea surface level. At sea surface level, this whole area would be. And that's gonna be fun. Because now we are not 322, which is where we were before. Before we were like here. Now no, we weren't even, because we were lower. Where were we? Yeah, we were like there. Now we are here when we are at elevation. So at 1,000, we hit 18. All right, and then 1,000, 1 kilometers. Should probably release me from the screen. At, that's 15. So 18, at 16, it will go to BSK. When would we hit 16? Uh, 1.25 would be a 1 degree drop. 1.5 kilometers in elevation would give us 15 degrees C, I believe, because that would be 12 and 16.5. No, that'd be lower. Minus, if we go down by 13, no, it wouldn't be 13. It'd be, it is drier, so it does cool down quicker. About 10-degree drop. Yeah, about 10-degree drop. So that would not be 15. That'd be close to 14. But I don't want 15. I said I want 16, right? Oh, yeah. If I want 16, then 1.25 would do fine. Yeah, I think based on how that rounds, that would be 16. I will double check. Give me 1 sec. Yes, 16.25. So it does round down to 16. I was right. Okay, so we are going to see that thin strip from 1 kilometer to 1.25 kilometers as BW, nope, yep, BWK, and that's going to be BSK. And then everything up to a kilometer is going to be BWH. Okay. That's exciting. All right. All right. Let's get rid of that. Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's fun. Oh, oh yeah, no, this is going to be. Oh, that's fun. Okay, so this then transitions into this deserts at some point. Let's do that. All right. I don't know why that's on that side. Oh, maybe I didn't stretch it enough. What is going on here? Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Just gotta do that again real quick. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't expand it properly, so it's gonna create some funky outlines. Yeah, I don't know if that whatchamacallit's going to be there. That C up there is going to exist anymore. Maybe too hot. And that's going to be in there too. Okay, that's good. Hello, supernatural ecology. You've just found out that a planet, I guess, a planet you're creating drops to negative 123.2 degrees Celsius at minimum and also has more CO2 and less solar radiation. The trees will be way taller due to low gravity. I doubt they'd be trees as we know them because they probably couldn't grow unless they're, unless their sap is like antifreeze or something. Well, we have a wildly different biology there. Unless they're magic. You do have supernatural ecology. No? No magic? Winds reach 120 millimeters. Oh, the tropics are warm. Okay. Yeah. 24 degrees. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. You'll have some trees. I was watching J.H. Hoken's Capitoline stuff recently, and a lot of those planets are variations of Hell World. So that was where my mind was. All right, let's just make sure that we get all of that. Boop. The paint bucket goes boop. There will be no questions. Yeah. I need to. Yeah, nah. I don't know how much of this C is gonna make it. Some makes it. It would be cute to have some between the BSK. So I'm gonna keep it there, but it's probably gonna get swallowed up. This is turning out to be a little fun area. And then yeah, so then we're gonna have an arid area in here because they're gonna have like a bit of a deserty thing sticking out. So that's gonna break things up a little bit. And then the heat is going to continue to come out, right? So I could expand the AW in here. Yeah, so we're going to have an AW, and then it's going to transition over here. I'm going to see what I can do with the CFA to give some more dimension to this area, like see how this could kind of creep up or change a little bit. And then there's going to be some pockets. Oh, shoot. There's going to be some pockets that stick out in this area that are going to be, like higher parts of this platform. So if we imagine like an old eroded Craton, Craton, like, I'm thinking of what we see the Canadian Shield around, like Quebec, right? Like we have a highland, like an upland area. So we can see some areas poking through that'll give us maybe some uh, C regions, either C, W, or CF. Your planet's flipped permanently on its side. Oh, that's fun. And the North Pole can get down to Fahrenheit. Uh, well, the South Pole is closer to also Fahrenheit on the average day. Well, that's fun. That has like a. Which one is it? Is it Uranus that's on its side like that? Uranus or Neptune? Tropics are far more livable. Yeah, yeah. That sounds reasonable. Mine is just kind of chill, 12 degrees average, very Earth-like. Hey, there we go. Kind of Ice Age planets. That's what we like. Okay, so our next step here is going to be our... Yep, Uranus. Okay. See, I feel like I should go with my gut more often, but I always leave some room for error because it's not something that I'm thinking about on the top of my head. And that's not... Yeah, it's only 500. Pff, this desert doesn't care about 500 meters in elevation. Okay, so we are going to have a very thin line of BWK as discussed, of course. And then we're going to have BSK. And that BSK, where's my little thingy up here? Yeah, and that BSK will be pretty stable unless somewhere gets a little bit more precipitation, which I think that place is going to. So, we can say there are some areas that may be a sea climate, but most of that's going to be BSK. Yeah, so then the little I mean, there may be little pockets of CFC, but that's not something really for this map. That's more the microclimate-y stuff. Like, if 1 square kilometer has it, I think that'd be more or less like a pixel or two on this. And not really necessary. So this is probably going to be a lot more arid as well. I just think it's generally cooler, but I mean, with the heat expanding out, it's going to be more arid. So I don't have to fill anything. So yeah, this is ooh. Yeah, that's too close. I guess in all likelihood, it's going to be a very thin CFC transition or CWC transition to an ET climate. Okay. And now we are going to do our BSK. Yeah, reasonably. Yeah, with this precipitation, it's gonna hit ET before it transitions to CFC unless it receives more precipitation. And I don't know. Well, I do know, but I can decide. 950. Yeah, so even if I say, okay, it goes up to 500, what does that mean? Oh yeah, no, that's a pretty significant amount. But even then, it would have to get to an average of, I don't know, 13, 12. And again, that would be CFC. So yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. But 12 degrees as an average, be at 2 kilometers. And I don't believe that doesn't get to 2 kilometers. So it gets to 1 kilometer. So they are out of luck. They have to embrace the step. Yay, alpine meadows. Alpine meadows of Metamorphora. That's nice. Let's get rid of those notes. Okay, but then on this side, we're gonna see. Yeah, we're gonna see a transition to a bit of a CFC on this side, and then it'll be that ET. Working on a 60 average temp, it's basically all Eurasian step like with a little bit of oceanic current at the center. Oh, that's nice. I like horses and stuff, so lots of steps is good. And yeah, we're getting close to when I would like to take a break. That's too aggressive there. And it's sticking out a bit too much for the red and the. That should probably be where the SW. Sorry. BW. BSW. No, what? BSH. That's probably where the BSH should occur. Okay. Don't know why that's like that, but that is fine. Yeah, it just goes in the same place. It's just warped a little bit. Anyway. All right, so yeah, this is, what's this? Oh, there we go. Okay, so yeah, we are going to see some C here. Make that brush a little smaller so I can, that's a pretty big change in elevation. And I would like to maintain that. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to change that in there too. All of this is gonna get a lot drier. We have a similar thing going on in the in the Zaalean Cordillera there, on the other side of Becerra. Got a lot of mountain building action going on. That's what happens when you have supercontinents. Got a lot of mountain ranges coming together. Yeah, this doesn't rise high enough. Yeah, I saw what I did. I saw what I did. Nope. I'll figure out what I'll do with the other side of that range in a bit. Okay, that should be in the center. Okay, so that's slightly different. Great. Um, yeah, I think I just decided on a different direction for the down here in a previous thing. That's fine. Hmm. Yeah. Okay, that aligns now. Good. Good. Okay, but yeah. So now, whoop. So now that is pretty much all going to be BSK. Yeah, BSK. This is a bit different because the winds are going to hit here, come over, but in here it is certainly going to be more arid. So I'm just going to get rid of a lot of the sea in here probably, especially on the lee side. Going to want to get rid of that. And then there's the BS on top. So yeah, it's going to be a lot more arid in there just because of the... Okay, so what do I want to do? Oh, I can go under that. That's okay. And I do want to keep a rise on that side. And I need to double check how far that would extend up. Yeah, and then we're also going to get it in here as well. And since everything else, I believe, goes on top, then not too much of a hassle just to get all that in there. Okay, so, and I will check whether or not this region here is, can you see my mouse moving? Yeah, this region here is going to be BWH as well. But, so yeah, so we want to check to see if that would be BWH. And then that we'll see if some of this BWK will come down on the other side of the slope over here, which I think is likely because this will have less precipitation as well. But does the elevation notably change, significantly change? The elevation does change. However, I'll calculate the spreading of the heat because that may push the, so I can calculate the spread of the heat. So, because this is kind of the center of the desert here, but if it's because of its spreading, yeah, let me erase one of these notes, which is now out of date. That was before we started doing what we were doing. Okay. So this is at a higher elevation and it's going to be spreading out. 21 would make it a BWH still. But then we do have cooler, so that may be 20. Yeah, so it does get cooler, and also there's more precipitation available in here. So I will feed to semi-arid in that area. Yeah, more semi-arid in this area, and then there's probably going to be more of this desert in here. Though, yeah, we'll see whether or not You know what? I will. We can continue this into here, but then it can transition into BSH. That'll be good. Then the other thing, of course, is we want to finish off this little area in here. Getting the mountains kind of etched in, because this is, you know, pretty tall mountains there. Get that finalized, and then spread the semi-arid, because part of this area, whoop, that's an eraser, not a, no, part of this area, this is going to be semi-arid as well. So we're going to have a semi-arid area that kind of separates the two. So, and that may push the semi-arid up into here a bit. And looking at here, we could have AW transition. So semi-arid AW, and then have the AW kind of connect in here. Yeah, all right. So that's what we'll do in the second half. First, a word from our sponsor, the green dragon whose golden tail is the sun. So everyone praise the sun, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Okay, and welcome back. Just give everyone a sec. Oh. Oh, and a friendly reminder to like and subscribe if you haven't already. And if you would like to support Lands Unknown, you can jump onto the Patreon. You can sign up for a free membership to get all of the updates for the various things I'm doing, including the interview that I'm going to be doing with Madeline James over at Madeline James World Builds, where I am going to interview her about the world of Istri in her new book, Because the Beast Came. Um, and if you'd like to support the channel, you can jump on to one of the tiers. Actually, with the monthly update next week, those in the top 2 tiers will also be voting for the guild's pick for the 4th video of the year. So that will be pretty cool. Yes, Green Dragon. What do we have here? 48 degrees axial tilt. Oh, for August Crab. Hello, August Crab. Yes, 48-degree axial tilt is pretty wild. But if it produces a lot of steps, then that's good. Yes, sunflowers. Okay, let's get back into it here. Boom. Yeah, so that's looking pretty fun. And yeah, after we do spec bio with Bib, then I was thinking of, I don't know, maybe doing some marginalia. Perhaps I do it live instead of I do it live instead of pre-recording it. I don't plan on being anywhere for the next little while. Being anywhere else for the next little while. And then I did want to do Zaalea, do a climate study for Zaalea. And that's going to be a little bit different because we're doing a West Coast. And I guess we had a little bit of that with the Taiki Basin, but it'll be pretty exciting. And there is some stuff I wanted to hone in on for Zaalea. And at some point, we're going to start conlanging. So I'm not sure, but I'll probably do that a bit later. At some point before the World Building Festival, I did want to return to what I'm doing with the polity chart, because I'm at yeah, so after, I mean, what I was working on for the polity chart was probably February. I was last doing that, and since then, since recording it, I have gotten some feedback, and you know, through the process of making the video, I also, you know, had some self criticisms that I was working on. So I'm going to be returning to that, and now I believe there's just 3 steps per spoke of each axis. So there's going to be, like, for the, I don't know, egalitarian stratified axes, there's going to be strongly egalitarian, egalitarian, and weakly egalitarian, weakly stratified, stratified, and strongly stratified. So it's going to be simpler. There's also going to be firmer guidelines as to what each of the steps means, just to help both, you know, for ideation, for thinking about the kind of polities that you want to make, but also for plotting the polities on the chart. Yes, conlanging. Very excited for the conlanging. So gonna look forward to that, and I think there's gonna be 2 conlangs, at least for chapter 3 for migration, and so, you know, one of those I'll probably be developing on stream. Oh yeah, yeah. So yeah, can't wait for the polity chart. Yeah, that'll be pretty cool. So at least one of the marginalia will be that, and I may use some of the other time between now and the World Building Festival to work through. I don't know. I'm doing. Yeah, work through maybe we can work through stuff for the Let's Have a Booba physical geography section as well. That could be interesting. See me work in a climate on a planet besides Dove. Okay, so we're moving in here, and we are now figuring out what it's going to be like up here. But in all seriousness, it's probably not going to be too distinct, because let's because this is because up here this is 110 kilometers, right? So if we go from, and this is also going to be, that's 950 kilometers. So about a third of that is about 300 kilometers. Let me just check something again. Yeah, the arid region. Yeah, so the arid region is not going to be large enough to have one of those bigger arid hotspots. Not a small desert by any means, but just not large enough. And we're going to see a decrease of, even if I include this area in the desert, like it's not going to be a large enough area. So what we are going to do is at 500, it's 21. Know up here that 21 is going to put us in this area. But we do see an increase in precipitation, and this is going to be on a different. There we go. All right, let's get rid of some of this other stuff. Yeah, so I mean these calculations are changing, obviously. But not significantly, because the elevation is going to be the same. And if it's 24 here, you know, over here it is probably also still going to be like 23.5 or what have you. So the spread isn't, yeah, it's not remarkably different. And we're getting about, what was it, 400 in there? Yeah, about 400. Yeah, so it would still be BSH. That's fine. So BSH in there is fine. What I think, though, is that this will extend out and then sort of commingle with that desert. And I do want that on top. Okay, so this, the main thing is the precipitation. because more precipitation would get in here coming across, right? So if we look at the winds, the prevailing winds, like the major winds, they are let's get rid of some of this stuff. We don't need that. Don't need that. And we don't need that. Cool. So the wind is coming through here and delivering precipitation to this area. And yes, we do have mountains here, but the mountains are parallel, right? So we do have this area. The main issue is the distance from the coast where these winds are coming from. That is the limiting factor as to why it's more arid. Because it's, slightly over 2,000 kilometers. But it is rising in elevation. So as it rises, it is, condensing and precipitating. And so this area here is going to be more semi-arid, as we discussed. But as we can see, looking at here, we could probably extend this up into this area. So let's leave that. So that is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to turn that off, and I'm going to turn that on. And I'm going to check my layers so I don't delete half of one like last time. Yeah, so I can keep it coming out a little bit more here. Oop, that's wrong layer. All right, now we can go to the BWK and get some of that in on the sides here. Yeah, I'm excited for conlaying as well. I'm looking forward. Oh, okay. Yeah. That is that's not how that works. Yeah, I'm excited to do the conlanging. I think, um, yeah, I think I'm gonna have a good time with it. I'm currently sort of messing with some ideas. We'll see how those stick. Um, I have some ideas of doing what are they? Circumposition. Yeah, circumpositions and some stuff like that. Um, some ideas to shift languages from being like SOV to VSO and other things, just to get a little um, just to make some things interesting. And I thought one of them would be um, a bit of a trigger language. So part of the verb would trigger whether which noun is the agent, which one is the patient, and whether or not those would take subject or object or oblique, what have you, um, cases. So that would be something interesting to look at and explore. Ah, that looks pretty good. Yeah, I really like that. I like that a lot. Right, and this is a little higher elevation than this, so this is a bit of a basin. I will extend this out a little bit. Oh, no, 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 no. There we go. Glottal stops galore. That is an option. I do want adjectives in one of the languages, so it's going to have adjectives and glottal stops. It's not something I tend to see that much, but there will definitely be things in it that are, like will lang things. So and I've got my personal project of Hade, which I'm just sort of cannibalizing in some plays to not cannibal. I mean, it's just stuff I've done in different projects, and I'm, since I haven't shared that one, presenting some of those ideas in this. So maybe I'll do that a bit too. Take some ideas that I've worked with in Hade and then repurpose them a little bit for Dove. It's not like it'll be it's not like, it'd be new or anything for anybody else. Like, going with Will Lang. No. Well, the Langs are from lands unknown, so. But yeah, Will Lang is definitely good. Yeah, that looks good. I like that. I like that a lot. Well, the Will Lang it has characteristics of languages that Will makes. That's the distinction. Lang's unknown is exploring the languages. I'm sure you've experienced this, Jake. Like there's certain things you tend to gravitate towards as a conlanger. Like something I really like doing is um, consonant harmony, like having two sets of consonants that um, are triggered by different things. Usually, like historically in the language, there'd be a difference between like glottalized and non-glottalized vowels, and um, that gets spread to the segment, and then the it's reinterpreted by the speakers not as, oh, the vowels are different. It's interpreted as like, oh, the consonants are different, and that changes the quality of the vowel. You've been told this. There's one thing you did recently where someone said it had my vibes, but you'd seen the PDF to specify what. Oh, yeah. And like there's things I do, like I don't like P usually in languages. I also tend to not have H and instead have the voiceless velar fricative or uvular fricative, like something else in the place of glottal fricative, um, or like a palatal fricative, something like that. Uh, I do like retroflexes a lot. Um, and having like rhotic vowels is something that I think is fun. So I do have a language in my own project in Hade where there's vowel harmony and it's between rhotic and non-rhotic vowels. And this of course comes from, I study and look at Ironic languages, and there are a couple Ironic languages that have a lot of rhoticity in vowels. I also like ejectives, and from being in the Pacific Northwest and uh, looking also at languages in the Caucasus, there are a lot of ejectives in those two places, so that's really exciting. Something I don't deal very much with is tone, though. I mean, like a register tone or very like a simple like stress system with tone is something I could deal with. But I don't know, like I'm probably not going to have like a very complex tone system for the Arukian languages. Uh, they may exist elsewhere in Dove, on Dove, but not in Arukia. I also like playing with Tam and where uh, Tam is in in the grammar. So uh, I've several languages. I've taken like where in English, for example, will contract will, so I'll go somewhere. So I've had in languages where the aspect or tense marker fuses with pronomials, and then they become like necessary parts of the sentence to communicate tense. You also need to have a pronomial that is conjugated, I guess, for tense. It's very fun. Do you think that contratones do tend to be simpler in reality than register tone when done properly? It's just that I can't distinguish them, and I can't really regularly produce them. So it's more of my limitations than anything about the languages themselves. Okay, so now we're here, and this is going to be a fun bit. So here, at here is about 1,000, and that's one, so that's about what, 7, something like that. Okay, so we are at the sort of cusp out here. Let's bring that bright one out. That is surface level. So yeah, so 23.5 in the summer. It does push up where the 23 would be. So all right, so then 23.5. And this is already at surface level. Like, I'm not changing anything about that. And what was... Yeah, because it's somewhere in there. And that's just during the summer, which is the main problem. All right, and then sea surface level is 18. 18, 20. Not sea surface level, just surface level. And that's not where I want it. Saying that was like 1.5, so 18.5. $20. Nope. 21. Okay, so we got 21 degrees, and we're working with, I don't know, around there. That's like 600 millimeters. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay, BSH, BSH, BSH. Slight difference. Contractions, the to adjective t is a fun thing in English. The other way. I don't know if it's the other way, the other way, other way, the other way, the other way. Yeah. And then we have, you're grateful in the early intervention in the department, although the production of them in Mandarin is not as good as it should be. Yeah, it's just, since most of the language learning that I've done is it is like Indo-European, though, there's a split between, like German and French, and then Dari and Pashto on the other hand. So like, more Iranic influences, and then studying some of the, Turkic and languages of the Caucasus and stuff like that. But yeah, it just sort of lends towards different inspirations from conlanging. But I'm also very grateful that, I did Anishinaabe Moan and Haudenosaunee and, Ganinkeaka. And, I've been able to not learn, but then study languages of the Pacific Northwest. But yeah, this also makes me like, sometimes when I think about languages, I'm like, oh, this just sounds like Anishinaabe or something like that. Apostrophe is actually caused to represent the contraction, although glottal reinforcement can't get close enough. Yeah, yeah. And glottal reinforcement, certainly. I'm not sure about the... Okay, so 21 with how much? 700 out of bounds with 21. So we will have a transition, but 600 certainly. 600 or less, we will certainly have it. And the reason why we're changing it is because this causes, heat to build up and then it spreads. So we're going to see a change in the temperature. So I'm going to start spreading, sorry for the click sound. I'm going to start spreading the BSH. And we are going to, okay, we're not going to have BSH up there. I will not allow that. So we're not going to have BSH up there. It's not that I won't allow it. It's just that it won't happen because of how close we are. And getting to the 500 would bring us down to closer to here. And then we'd also see a slight increase in precipitation. So I would say that we would not get it. I mean, we're close. We're at 600 anyway, right? So if we decrease it, we're going to be out. So but closer to here, that is not going to be the case. Closer to here, it is going to be too hot. Oh, okay. That'll be interesting. Turn off some of these notes. That may be the note I want, though. So, oh yeah, similarly. Again, we're gonna, on the fore slope facing the wind, we're gonna have a bit more precipitation. Meanwhile, on the lee side, the back slope is gonna be less. And this change is going to be gradual as we move away from the heat source. As we move away from the heat source. Yeah, certainly. Like in Wet'suwet'en, like that's a very weak one as opposed to like, Tut in like a Caucasian, at least what I've seen some Caucasian languages. It's yeah, in like Wet'suwet'en, it's pretty difficult to tell the difference between, I guess, I think for a lot of listeners, it sounds like a unvoiced. No, it sounds like a voiced stop. It sounds like a d rather than a d. Hey, there we go. That works. Okay, so. Yeah, this one's gonna be spreading out further. We're gonna have a larger desert. Yay! Okay, so where'd that go? Where'd the other thing I was doing? Boop. Not that one. That one. Oh yeah. Very funny. Okay. That's probably colder. That's below. That's probably 19.5. Probably 20. Or, 20.25 or whatever it is. That's on the 20. So that would be, yeah, so that would be higher. Okay. So 20, yep. And then we just need a drop in precipitation. So that drop in precipitation is going to be coming from this range. And we're going to see how far this goes. And then, yeah, it's going to connect to the AW there just because the heat. The heat. Okay. And it's not going to spill to this side because we've got the mountain here. So next one we do is up. Come on. No, that's not a good color to use. That's a fine color to use. That's like a DFA color. Don't have any DFA around here. Yeah, so we're going to be close to 23. Let's just do here, 23. Great. Oh, yeah. Okay. What? Where is that? Where did I draw that? Did I draw that here? Ah, yeah, I did draw that there. No, 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 no. That's going to be the surface level 23. There we go. Okay. Ugh. Don't want to confuse myself. Okay. That's this. This is the sea surface level 23. This is just going to be the surface level 23. All right, there's summer, and then in the winter, everything is degrees Celsius, of course. So that's how we do. That's going to be 19 and a half. No, it's not. It is going to be 19. All right, so 17.5 precipitation time. That's going to be around 500 millimeters. Oh, right. Yeah, it's about 19 and a half. All right. Yeah, yeah, 19. Okay, 19 and 500. Great. Is it though? Because we've got. Oh, no, no, no. That's on the other side of the mountains. This is 1,000 millimeters. That's going to be 130 millimeters. And we had it peter off slowly to here, and then and it rises up there. So we're gonna have. Let me just check. I got notes. Took notes from last time. Okay. All right. 600. 619. Okay. There we go. All right. Always take notes. This is going to be quite the time here. All right. So now. I do see that I got a question, and I will handle that in a moment. So this is sort of the boundary here. Anything closer, we are going to start to get more precipitation. This can extend a little further up, just because there's going to be less on the other side, as we've discussed before. Great. Is there a reason behind the mountain ridges being so long and smooth, or is that just a world building style? The reason why these mountains are so long and smooth is because I was doing a very low, low resolution mountains, right? You know, when I was making these, you know, I just wanted to know general elevation changes, and I wanted to know where significant ranges were. But if we, one sec. To navigate to, let's go. Okay. If you're looking at or not, okay, there we go. If you're looking at a lower resolution map, you know, the kinds of shapes that you need to communicate, changes in the climate due to elevation tend to be very smooth and, you know, kind of noodly, because you're not actually going into the detail of, you know, where every ridge is when you are working at such a low resolution. When you're working at a higher resolution, you know, when you're moving into doing that, then you can add more variation. But then the other thing to keep in mind too is based on how Copen works, you're only making changes every, you know, like so for example, like when you're changing between a CFA and a CFB climate, there is just that 22 degrees Celsius in the summer, right? So you're not going to be, and if you're working with average elevation, you're not going to be having that many changes, especially when you're working on like a larger regional or a world map. I know for something like the world builder's log that Effectsian was working on, Edgar was taking a lot of time at he had a single map that he was using as a master map and taking a lot of time to, you know, artfully work through all of the ranges and those sorts of things in one pass. That takes a lot of time. So, and because I'm not going to be working on most of the world for this project, I'm focusing a lot on Arukia, and over time, as you see, we're going to be detailing and working through various things. You know, it's not necessary for that kind of detail for the whole world. And, you know, you're primarily just going to be interested in, you know, some, you know, larger changes. And you can see here, if we look at the gestures for this map, can't see my mouse, but we can see that there is, you know, one line for the insulars, one for the coastals. You have the, you know, inner valleys and things. Then you can move over to the Rockies, right? So you've got the, and that's kind of separated by, you know, some valleys in there as well. But you can see how they are made up of lines. So one, yeah, there was a stylistic choice, but that stylistic choice was largely based on, you know, the kind of map that I was making and the kind of work that I was doing for it. So, you know, lower resolution map. But if you do look at, you know, the topography of things, you'll see that there are ranges, orogenies that are kind of stacked behind each other. These just look kind of smooth and noodly. But as I go through and I'm doing the climates, I am making them a bit more rugged. And what was the other thing? Yeah, like in the for Rukia, for example, right? Like, you know, once I go through and do this kind of map for Zaalea, the actual noodliness and the straightness kind of, you know, gets sort of washed. Yeah, that sort of goes away. And if you look at the topography of something like the Tibetan Plateau or something like that, you will see lots of those kind of ridges and things. Let's get rid of these. Okay, so we've got that there. And I hope that answered your question, August Crab. So we're going to be working that down here. And it's going to come out around there. And then which way is the precipitation coming from? That way. Okay. And it will be further. How far away do we have with the coastline here? Let's look at that. Okay, so that may be the largest it comes out. And then it's gonna come out. All right, so it's gonna look like that. And then because things are now warmer, we get to expand this. It is at the bottom, so I think I'll be erasing CWB. And I did check where that 18 is at elevation. Oh my gosh. And that will be about here, I guess. Yeah, okay, cool. And that'll probably come in closer. Get rid of those notes again. Turn that back on. Again, the heat spreading from that zone there. Oh yeah, CFB is now there. Great. Okay, now we're moving. Oh. Aha. I didn't realize I had another layer on at that moment. Oh, okay, here we go. Let's say, so that ridge goes down here and this goes up that way. So let's okay. Now we are going to go into here. And we're going to do that. And we are going to grab our AW color and work in there. And then from here, we can work on the difference between the BW and the the BSH and the B and the AW here, because it'll certainly be AW over here. It's not going to be it's not going to be like AM or AF. It's not wet enough. All right, we're gonna curl. That looks fine. And so here we're just kind of breaking up. Yeah, just breaking up where the desert starts along this boundary. Okay. And now we are going to do a similar thing. For here. And we tend to want to go with the directions of with the directions of the precipitation that is being received. There we go. Yeah, I may have to do something about this area. I'm not sure. And I do need to figure out how deep this desert goes into this area. All the stuff. Don't need all the stuff. $21.5. 400. Yeah, between 3 and 400, we'd see that change. That's hotter. Okay, but the 21.5 over here doesn't mean all that much. So there, 20. Yeah, BSH. Okay, so we're going to see this extending out there and then extending out into here and then going back. Okay. Okay, so as we work through here to make, again, that kind of uneven barrier between them, and out here it's going to be the deepest, and then out here is going to be the shallowest. And maybe I'll stick it out. I'll push it out a little bit down here just because it's behind this mountain range still. So that'll give it a little bit of cover. And just to give them the sense that they're kind of melded together in a way. All right, let's take these off and see what it looks like. The transition here on this side is a bit smooth, maybe between the AW and CF, but that can be dealt with later. Oh, and there's going to be CWA, isn't there? Oh my goodness. Okay, let's do that before we do the mountain here. What time is it? Ah, maybe the CWA. No. CWA. That's going to be quickish. Is that it? Okay, yeah, well, that's changing. Okay, so in here. Yeah, 23. Okay. 23. Yep. Maybe not all around it. 23 at surface level. Yeah. Okay, so okay. All right. It's gonna be 18, but yeah, because the 18 and 19, that's too low. All right, so 20. Okay, here. Boop. Oh, okay, cool. So, because at 500, that would drop to. What? Yeah, that's too low. Okay, but that's fine. Okay, and oh, that's fun. Nice surprise. And we're gonna also see that further south as well. Yeah, we're probably gonna. And just doing some of the distinctions here between the CWA and yeah, and the AW. Because the primary driver of this distinction is elevation. So the biggest changes here in the elevation is going to be the river valleys and things that are moving through here. So okay. So now I want my WAW. Oh, right. Okay. That one should probably be a bit. I needed to erase. That's a bit too, whatever. A bit too involved, but that's okay. I was just having fun in the moment. Okay, so now we have a bit of a transition zone. I mean, probably the CFB may stick out a bit more. Or this may go, yeah, the CFB may stick out a little bit more around this. Or CWB. Let's look at and then I believe it's CFB on this other side. I mean, I'll work on that more next week. Because what we want to do now, and this is probably going to be some CFA in there too, but one thing that I want to finish is just doing those mountains. And yeah. Because they are 2,000 kilometers plus. And at 2,000 kilometers plus, so we gotta game out our table here. At 2, we'd be at 13 and 13.5. Well, no, we weren't going to drop it that much. Oh, no, we can. Whatever. I guess 9. And that starts getting into the CFC range. So when would we start getting... That would be a 10 drop. All right, so 14 and 11. All right, so we can go up here. Yeah, but there's going to be more precipitation. But that'll be something to... it'll be something to include at the very least on the left side there. On the western side. And so this is kind of the range that we start seeing CFC in. There'd be another... yeah, so... So at 2.5, to see ET. Or CWC, I guess. Depending on where we are here. Okay. And the orange goes to 3 kilometers. So along the middle of it, I'm going to have some CFC. No, ET. Along the middle, we're going to have some ET. But we're not necessarily going to see the BWK. ET's at the top, so I'm going to do... let's look what the colors we got down here. And let's look at the precipitation. Yeah, so it's going to be CW. So I'm going to make some room on this side to have some... I mean, I think that layer's on top, isn't it? Yeah, so I can make the BSK come in a bit more. That way I can form the boundary on the west side with the BSK. That's fine. That is not fine, though. What happened? Is there a place where it splits? There we go. Oh, yeah, I guess that's just part of the Arukia spot. So it didn't go over. And we're just going to advance more of the BWK to the wet side. I mean, I'll probably peel it back, but because we can still have it up and past the 2 kilometer point. It's just the precipitation that's different. You know, valleys and stuff in the mountains can make it go on one side or the other. So, Frogus crab, this is where we add in all that variation in this climate step. Because from the climate step, I'm going to be working on the regional map, the true color kind of map. Okay, now we can go to the ET, which is one of the top layers. Grab that. Go to this. I'm going to increase it. In some places, I'm going to overlap the ET and the BWK because essentially they can overlap. This again, if the precipitation is right, then they will. Yeah, they'll be right next to each other. And I don't want it too far from the center because it is 2,500. How is it looking? Oh, looks pretty good. Oh yeah, down there it makes more sense to look at it like that. Meanwhile, up here, it's going to be more on the BWK side or BSK side. All right, and then we're gonna probably end it around maybe here. So all right, and then we are going to take out some of the BSK from the other side here. And then let's look at... Oh, no, 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 no. And we can... I see what I did. I did not check my layers. Yeah, I'm gonna... More or less what it should look like. And then on this side, what do we got? We got like 3.5 and let's double check that. Uh, 22 at sea surface level, but that is up here, so that would be 21.5. I mean, and we're pretty close to the 24 mark, so it's just 23.5. Yeah, 20, that'd be 22. Very mild. Very... Okay, so now... I mean, it may be warmer just because... I mean, if it's slightly warmer, that's neither here nor there. No, what I want is sea surface level. Okay, so 22 degrees C, and that is 26. And for every 100 meters, it is going to drop off. I have this, nope, that, yeah. So the different distance between here and here, that is 950 kilometers. That's 300 kilometers right there. Yeah, that would just kind of, at surface level, it would drop to, again, 23. So everything's 23. Okay. So then at 1 kilometer, I mean, I'll do 500 as well, but that's not 500 kilometers. That's 500 meters. That would be fun. Negative, 3,000, whatever. All right. So that would be. Okay. So at 500, we'd get CB. Now just after 500. Okay, so I gotta pull. I can actually push the AW further. Oh no. Yeah, I'll have to change that later. Okay, so that gets pushed in 500 meters, around 500 meters, we get the change. And it will stay that way for quite some time. I think around 2 kilometers, we would get ET. And just before 2 kilometers, we get CF, whatever, CC. So let's see. Okay, yeah, we just need to. All right, so we're going to jump to CWC. We are going to turn that on and crank it down a little bit. And on the proper layer, we are just gonna maybe scatter some of this. In some places where there's a bit more space. And then we are going to have some. That's a little regular. And then we're going to drop in some, I guess, a little bit of CFC. Unless I have some up here to pick from. I think that's CFC. Okay. So I probably did more detail in that area than I did in other areas. So you can see it looks kind of weird because I got like river valleys and stuff in there, and I kind of did that in this area. So some areas have more work done on them than others, but that's fine. You know, it'll be more refined. All the places will be more refined over time. Oh, interesting. Which one is interesting? But I did manage to get some visual interest um, into. Yeah, I did manage to get some visual interest in there. I think I'm gonna double check because I may get some CFW, no, CWA into this corridor here. That would be nice. What do we got? Yeah, I think I could do that. I think I could get a corridor of it going through here. I mean, worst comes to worst. I could just lower the elevation a bit. But or maybe this one can come in a little back here, and that's fine where it is. Get the precipitation bit out of the way there. Oh, okay. That is also what I was thinking. It's been a while since you said that. I wonder what it was in relation to. All right, so I think we're going to end the stream in a sec. I'm going to look over what we've done. Do the recap. All right, I guess this is a major river valley. I mean, it was already one. Yeah, there's already going to be a lot of water flowing in there anyway. I made that decision a while ago, but Okay. Oh, okay. That looks a lot better. I do need to kind of hone in on this area, but that'll be for next week. So, last time, not last time, earlier this time, we did the temperature check and with the decreased precipitation, because there is going to be a rain shadow effect with these two ranges here. We found that there's going to be a little semi-arid area over here, which could use a little bit more refinement, and a Trans-Metrine desert. Yeah, we certainly did. We did spend an extra hour or so than we normally do, but we did get a lot done. And I was hoping to do that because we just got one more for Trans-Metrine Zaalea. So we were able to figure out where this desert was going to be, and we figured out its dimensions. On top of that, we had some temperature changes that we had to account for, because when you have large deserts like this, they are going to be warmer than the surrounding areas. And that causes their heat to spread, which allowed for an increase in this AW region, which looks quite nice. I do enjoy that region there. And it pushed the BSH further out, which I also like. I think that's nice. We finished working on this mountain here. I mean, we did spend about an hour going over stuff we've already done, but did spend, we were able to finish these ranges here. So this one's a little bit sparser, which is why I'll probably shift where this is a little bit, maybe make it fall in there. And we can also see, like, you know, ideally the mountains would have kind of this level of detail, but you know, these were just done a little quicker. And you know, we'd have all the rivers and things for this sort of thing as well, just making it a bit more interesting. But I mean, in this area, it's just a valley more or less, so there's not going to be all that much. I mean, this may tilt this way instead. This may go that way instead. I think that makes a bit more sense. Maybe loop that way. But you know, either way, you know, we got that done as well. Because that's CFB, yeah. So next time we are going to deal with the A region, and we're going to deal with the transition from the A to the C regions, and I'll probably clean this one up a little bit. So that's going to be the bulk of it. I think some of it's going to be deciding about this sort of area here as well. I thought that would be an interesting idea. I don't know how much I like it. Maybe I'll do it a little bit. And then the other thing too is I touched on it at the beginning when we're just looking at precipitation here. There's going to be some areas that are going to have higher, more than 750 millimeters. But that's going to be primarily the low pressure areas and the areas that are, you know, kind of adjacent to these mountains here. And that's important when we're dealing with the distinction between AM and AW. And, you know, help us put in our AF regions. And I'll also fix this in here for Arukia as well. And I think that may be a bit too far out as well. We'll see. Anyway, we will deal with the rest of the A region and its borders with the C region next time. So, once again, thank you for joining me in our adventures in Lands Unknown. If you haven't already, you can drop a like and a subscribe. There's also hypes now. You can hype. You can always sign up for free over at the Patreon, and I look forward to seeing you next Sunday if I don't see you on Wednesday first. So thanks to everyone who hung out this time. Thank you, Writer2. See you next week. See you next week, not Dane Hart. If Jake and Kate are still around, I will see you next week as well.